Welcome in, everyone. We are playing Citizen Sleeper. They are by, over the... Oh, shoot. Who are they by? One moment. Jump Over the Age and Fellow Traveler. That is the developer and the publisher, respectively. Do respect them. They've done an excellent job on this. So I'm excited about it. Needless to say, let's get back into it, shall we? We are playing on the operator class. It is cycle 47. We have managed to make sure that all of our time-sensitive timers are over. We're not being chased. We don't have any tracking. Now we're just trying to build ourselves a life on either this station or on whatever comes next. We have a house. We can live out of the empty container, but we have taken over this repaired housing unit in Low End. It's pretty nice, honestly. I'm just gonna bump this up. Feed the stray. Yeah. And get to getting, really. Let's see here. I have nothing in the way of data. I'm working on mushrooms. I could put more effort towards the Sidriel. You are useless, I think, yeah. And you are already bought out? Okay. I could unload containers, but I won't necessarily get any scrap for that. You are working on a recipe, so I can go there. The tea house. There is the Tavla room to make money, but I'm kind of good on money. If I want to, I could work at the bar, and maybe that would give me some stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see if we can't... Oh, hell yeah. Get this bar shift up. See if we can't make something of it. Okay, so we have like maybe one more day of a good roll for that one. Okay. This 2 could be used on data that I can sell, not so much to caster anymore. And then we do have other places that we can work for other reasons. We do not want to steal shipments. That would be so bad. Could work as a freight officer, but it won't really do anything for us. We could go to socialization up as well. And then there's all the stuff over here that we're not doing that we could explore more. Like, we could spend more time here, but it doesn't really get us anywhere except if we get caught I don't really care about that. We haven't really worked in the commune. We could become a part of the commune. That's an engage and that's an endure. Not really our skills. You're still over here. We can't do anything in the wastes because we don't have Endurer up high enough. And we don't have the 3 griots that these guys, or the 2 griots that these guys want. This is more of a late game sort of storyline. And that's really all we've got. Okay. So, well, that's not entirely all we got. If we go up this to the hub, we can also do these things. So, spacer, socializing, and accessing manifests. I'm actually gonna do this. This becomes a 4 because of our +2 to interface. Let's see if we can get somewhere with this. Heck yeah. So we can get used to being weightless as well. Alright. Time to go back down. I suppose actually we could have done something here, but these are both risky. We've been doing the Intuit ones, well, we've been doing both, and we're almost an insider. So that will definitely get us something, but we'll do it tomorrow. I'm gonna get some food for cheap and get some sleep in my new house. All right. We will patch ourselves up. Feed the stray. Feed ourselves. Get good service. Nice. The griot slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pure grassy yellow under the overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff, Tala says, is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station, among corroded wires and softly looping systems. Though sometimes it is hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink, cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order it too. The aged griot is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet spacer sitting at the bar right now. I'm gonna people watch. They are far enough away that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle and tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a spacer because they bear the hallmarks. Pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, and hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. But the closer you look, the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost gray, but kind. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar as if it was an instrument. A shock of black hair almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are something you have learned to value. They are what marks out your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of Ensign Arp's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one on your forehead, a rough little split, something that on the good days you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit, Talia breezes in from behind it, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Shit, shit, shit. Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. I'm coming. You come around the bar and get to one side of the tank. Okay, says Tala. On my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing somehow. You hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Where's this going? In the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room, where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shit, Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you like those. That's okay. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Something up? Yes, she sighs. He was supposed to be back from Etienne's up in the Greenway by now. Back with our gruel. She leans against the tank. Seems like he got lost again, or joined the Highfoot commune. We need that gruel. There's 4 other bars near here, and the spacers sure as hell don't come to the Overlook for the ambiance. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Needs some work. She picks at some paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help, though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. Happy to help. Okay. She grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation. The other we turn into a still. We'll also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer, she smiles. So how about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Oh, wait, sleeper, I have an idea. Tala is grinning now, and it is making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here, too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank and the bare room. At least she has vision. Tala nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping begin. The spacer finishes up their drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. Alright, so now, let's see here. I don't know how to do this one. Maybe I need to track it, but obviously improve the Overlook is part of the deal. So what do we have for this now? Build the still is an engineer thing? Yes. And then doing a bar shift is just money. Well, we know we want to help build the bar. Let's go. We will get some of this shit done. But I need other things. Did not get me any scrap, but I did get an upgrade point. I could wait to get Intuit +2, or I could finally put some work into Endure and Engage. And honestly, Engage is, I think, the better one. Thank you for the lurk, PP. I know that you got family stuff today. I appreciate you. No going back now. All right. Let us also do this one. All right, we have Insider now. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she is missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the 2 diminutive stools. You both settle on a stool, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight back. Gia told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the other forces are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to help. And you did. She closes her eyes for a moment. I hope you can see how things work here now. A strong Yadigan means a strong low end. Both are woven into each other. I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onward. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you have to come to us. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room. Rabia's baton is in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. Rabia looks between the 2 of you. Suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you 2? She looks strangely unfazed. I am just gonna stay silent. I don't know what's going on here, but something is going on. Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Ow! Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inward. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Then you support them? Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing the switch and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath as if they had forgotten about your presence. Rabia cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves, a little bruised from the fall. They roll into their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on their stool. Sabine props themselves up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticisms of the Great Yadigan Project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually, they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching, but she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hunt them, at least for now. When I came here from Ensign Arp, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was the one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper. They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for Ensign Arp long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left Ensign Arp because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. Ensign Arp wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could, to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect themselves. Hey Trav, welcome in. Thank you for the hug, PP. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The sleeper knows you are Ensign Arp. I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of Ensign Arp. Rabia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange... Rabia slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake! In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yadigan enforcers, using you as test subjects for Ensign Arp technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. See, I told you somebody was getting duped, and it wasn't necessarily us. Or, like, somebody was being an asshole, and it wasn't us. Thank you for the alert, Crafty Blue. Welcome in. Rabia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I have tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again and she holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still talking Rabia through the manifests and usage data, both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. So it looks like they are planning something. Okay. That was actually pretty good. I don't have enough fragments to make a core that I could sell. I don't really need these because I can get them. Alright. Let's go to the Greenway real quick and see what I can do with a 1. We have this, whoops, this growing. I can make it a 2. These are safe, though. I could do these, it would be fine. I have not done these. We don't know where her friend is, either. Is this an engage? No, this is an endure, so I probably won't be able to do this at all. Okay, let me get into this. It's safe, it's fine. We'll just... Neutral outcome, nice. Do a little bit of this. We have another drive. Join the commune. So we've got a couple of places that we can go. I did grab the Engage Thrill Seeker, so I will be upgrading that. Just because there's a lot of engage stuff going on. Alright. That gets us places. This does something. We're waiting on that. I think this is an ending. Okay. And we've started to upgrade the Overlook as well. So we have an engineering thing now, which is very nice. Alright, let's get some sleep in. I'll feed the cat again. Me and the cat man. That's fair, it doesn't hurt, provided you're good at the others first. Exactly. And I am. Alright. Feed the kitty. Fix me up. Alright. Ooh. Enfys is preparing the grill caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb in the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, Sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. Let's recall our oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that, on occasion, they come back to you like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but you just can't bring it to mind. Enfys nods throughout, cooking as he does, with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Enfys finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the griots onto it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious. Filling, it warms you, and you eat in a way that you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that Ensign Arp left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe, even though you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. So much is wasted, and yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Enfys takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the Bright Market, somehow changed. Okay, what do we have here now? Well, I happen to have this. Yay. Glad I did. So that will take 3 cycles again. Cool. In 3 cycles, we get basically a free meal. Nice. Alrighty then. We've got things we could do, and we're gonna start with this one. Actually, I may keep that one. So I can use these 4s instead. And we'll make this a 5. I could finish it. This becomes a 3, which isn't terrible. Yeah, screw it. Okay. But we did get some scrap. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna use this one elsewhere. That's still working. Let us cross to the greenway. And... not doing this. I could get more spores for the next round, or I could just get more mushrooms in general. So let's do that. Because we do need 2 of these. All right. That is the day. Feed the cat again, just in case. All right, this goes here. This goes here. We are ready for the day. All right, you're all scrapped out and you are useless. All right, let's finish this then. Are you shitting me? Fine. I got random scrap item. Love that. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub and hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing ingredients? Tala smiles. I think I've got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks on the greenway. However, there's an issue. Tell me. Well, Griol, the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Griol the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Griol caps to make Griol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea. We can grow our own Griol caps here. She gestures to the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can... Are you sure? Totally sure. Talia puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this, she pauses. Or at least we could, if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you've walked into a trap. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you are great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes? She grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts, she grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. All right. So, how many do you need? 3, just like my own does. Okay. Let us go to the Greenway and get her the spores. Since we need to anyway. Okay. Two more, please. Just one. 2 more, please. Yes! Okay, I have no dice to spend here. But that's okay. Because I will get her up and running for the distillery. Sadly, I cannot get cheap food there anymore. He's busy. Nope, can't do that. So I have no dice. And I can't do this because I have no dice. Okay, who has food on this side? Nobody? I'd have to go... I can go here? No. I guess I will have to go barter. So this is the only other place to get food. Which is fine. Alright, time to end the day. Feed the cat again. Yes, I feed them twice a day. Alright. Fix ourselves. Got crap dice today. It's fine. Feed the cat. How's this coming along? Could do a bar shift. I don't care that much. We do have this, but I am going to harvest first. So this is safe. I'm actually going to use all of my shitty dice on this. I know I could reroll them, but... Let's actually do this one. Let's see what we get. Okay, nothing we wanted. Beautiful. Perfect. And then we can set this up again. Which is exactly what I wanted to do. Perfect. So that is now working. Oh, I should have gotten food while I was over there. Eh. Feed me. Pretty please. Thank you. As you enter Rabbi's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper! What good timing. Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper. He nods. Been hearing good things from Rabbi. He smiles an easy smile. I will stay silent. Rabia effortlessly fills the silence. The sleeper has been running patrols in the ward. They know how we run things. Yannick raises an eyebrow, his eyes concealed behind tinted glasses. You feel his stare even if you cannot see it. Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They have shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leads forward slowly. It's a mess, Robbie. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? What kind of work? A question. Yannick lowers his head and raises it again as if he dropped something. Nothing new for you, he answers, not quite looking at you. You don't follow. What is he saying? That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it is so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to face you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation and so stunned and confused, you leave. Okay, so now we've got things going on. I'm still not... Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. I still have no idea how to unlock the Greenway Gate. So I'm not entirely certain what this is going. We'll switch to this one. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Yannick's Ward. Patrol the block. Gain Yannick's trust. Okay. Sure. Bye. I need a safe option. This is not a safe option. Yeah, this means that you are useless to me for buying scrap. This one needs to leave before I can get anything. This is risky. Is this one safe? No, this one's safe. Noodle manufacturer is safe. I don't actually need the energy though. This is what would get me money. Okay. Caster's table, I believe, is still out. His information, or his, I should say, his curiosity is sated. So I think the commune is really the only place. We'll just do this, I guess. It is safe, which means that even the -1 gets me more of this wheel. Ta-da! I got the Neutralicum, which is really nice. So if I want to join the commune, I can. Someday. Let's go back to our house. Feed the stray again. And get some rest. I got crap dice today. Fun times. Alright, I'm out of scrap, which sucks. Ooh, but we get a free meal. Emphas is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper. Very good, he says without looking up. I bartered with Minji for some kelp, too, so we can have some dashi. You know Minji? Emphas looks up from cutting with a smile. Everyone knows Minji. Emphas slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Emphas explains. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. However, there's one difference this cycle. He smiles. You have been the one providing the ingredients, so it is my turn to provide the story. Okay. Good. This story is important to me. He gestures for you to both sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Emphas runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here, then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to this suit exactly. A 1-to-1 mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up from the company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So there we were, hundreds of us, with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out. To be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me out into orbit, there were only me and a couple of others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis. They folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars. But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Memphis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It is ready. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their story die, and as long as I'm telling it, it will remain. Memphis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Memphis busies himself cleaning the pans in the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. When he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal, neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It is not that there is nothing to say. It is that sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company, Memphis taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. Wow. I finally got his trust. Damn. I mean, I could grab photosynthetic skin, but I'm not going to. Endure is just not worth it. I'll save it. So now we can just order food. No more stories. Is good though. Alright. This becomes a 5. This becomes a 4. And then we eat. Because that was hungry work. Alright. We can do bar shifts. I don't really care. This is ticking along. We could do freight operator for some money. Sure, why not? Rude. Rude. Alright, that keeps our money up. We're doing good. We're doing good. We've got things we're doing. All right. Feed the cat again. We've got a couple of scrap parts that we've picked up. That's good. We're ticking along. We've got things going on. This is sort of the tail end of mid-game, I think. Alright. Let us go check out what's going on over the Greenway. Okay, this still has 2 turns. I'm gonna want mushrooms, though. And I'm gonna want spores. Let's get some good mushrooms. See if we can't get... Okay. Collect spores. That'll top us up for that. I'm gonna have a good meal. This is now the cheaper meal. And we will re-roll these and work up here. Alright, we only need 1 more. Possibly 2 more, depending on how badly this goes. Now we're good. So we have bought Yannick's trust. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word. Sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice speaks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block. Then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you are the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, you need to locate the link to Ensign Arp. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says, be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay, processing the implant data and sending it to Ensign Arp, but we can't lock down its position. Either he is moving it, or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays we can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You'll only get 1 shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry, too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder just in case, and walk away. Looks like it is up to you. Ain't it always? Alright, what do we got here? It's an intuit? Okay. Either way... Yannick has asked you to collect his medicine from his office. Now is the only chance to find that Ensign Arp relay. Well, we're doing that tomorrow. We got this. Feed the cat. Because we always feed the cat. Because the cat is important. Get some sleep. Alright. Repair thyself. Feed the cat. Feed ourselves. That's got another round. So let's get to getting. We're just gonna win. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you'd grabbed the drawer, you'd likely have 1,000 volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly and then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory. His strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of Ensign Arp. Rabia said the relay moved, that they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control? Or has Ensign Arp wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it. A remote connection. A tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to Ensign Arp. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream, and you are already on your way out, down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then out into the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him, bemused. Do we approach or do we just leave? Oh, chat. Help. Do I pretend that there's nothing going on, that I just was sent to fetch medicine and we came back to find a problem? Or do I just walk away from this situation and disappear? Not that the Yadigan can't find me or don't know where I'm at, but just, I don't know what this is and I'm out. What do we think, chat? Please help. Leaving sounds good? Okay. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Your anchor is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on Ensign Arp. We have stopped the signal. The aftermath will become clear in 4 turns, but we have washed our hands of that shit. Okay, Ooh, this is new. Hello? You're fucking expensive. I don't like you being expensive. I would like you to stop being so expensive. Yes. I got the neutral outcome. That did not work out for me. So this is still 60 for a shipmind fragment. Fine, I can afford it, but it's expensive and it's stupid. There you are, you assholes. I can build a shipmind. But the only thing I really can do with it is sell it for cash. So I will do that. It won't get me 300, but it will get me 150. there you are. I should go check on my mushrooms. Mushrooms. Okay, these are still growing, but I only got one. Rude. See if I can get one more. Yes. Okay, so now I have 6, which is perfect. What safe thing do I want to do? I want to come here, and I want to work with you guys. And do the safe thing. That is perfectly fine. Albrecht, the Zorak. Good day. How is Bean? Bean is good. I am very well. I hope you are also well. How are you doing? Just said the same thing twice in a different way because my brain is shorted out for whatever reason. But hi, we're playing Citizen Sleeper, and it's a really interesting game. Doing all right, taking it easy. That's fantastic to hear. Well, sit back, relax, enjoy. If you've missed any of this game, because I am kind of in like the mid to late game right now, I do have episode 1 of my stream so far on YouTube. So ! YouTube will get you to my YouTube channel, and the second stream will go up tonight or after stream today. So if you have no idea what's going on, that's fine. But feel free to sit back and relax. I do a lot of reading. So I am going to feed the cat again because stray cat is good. But sometimes I can pet them, and this is why I feed them. And now I'm going to end my cycle because I'm out of dice. I can do nothing. It's sleepy time. So I don't have any scrap to fix myself with. I will have to figure out that, but we can feed the kitty and head out for the day. All right. This is still being worked on. You guys have scrap. The scrap is now mine. Hello? Awesome. So I've done that. I'm gonna work on this today. Let's just do a little bit of work here. Cool. So go get some food. Nom nom nom. They're still working. Think I have... Yes. I have mushrooms to harvest, so let us do that. One. Two. Three. Excellent. And now we reset. Okay, and I have a 6 to play with. So that's done. I can't do anything with this because this requires Endure, and I could care less about Endure. I could start this, I suppose. I don't want to start that yet. I don't really want to do anything here. Okay. So maybe I go... This is just... Yeah. This is also a safe. Okay. We're waiting on this. We're waiting on this. We've finished with these guys. Yeah, let's just... The only thing I have left to actually, like, gain some amount of reputation is here at the hub for these things. So I am going to use this here to get some more Weightless Wanderer. I'm halfway through this, so I just need to, like, find out what this will do for me. Yay. Still don't know how to do this. This is the DLC stuff. And these, I think, well, this we are actively working on, and I think these two are different endings. Pretty sure. But we will find out in time. Oh, hi. That's new. The Gimbal Lounge, which is a space bar. Ah, a spacer meal. Gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. They are the most expensive food that I have access to, and I don't need to eat here, but there we go. Okay. Good to know. Down we go. Home again, home again. Let us feed cat. Fix self. We'll have to do it again tomorrow. It's fine. Okay. Fix self. Feed cat. Good, excellent. Eat food. And the bar is ready! Yay! Pella comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready, she's grinning from ear to ear. Can I try? Obviously! She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale gruel inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning, a sharp, nose-cleaning blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, and the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. That's strong. Talia nods vigorously. Woof, that was heavy. Has promise, though. You think? She swirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Tala grabs the metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the grill. Try again. This time, the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay. Something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? Definitely better. She nods and takes another sip. Damn good. Tala pours out some more gruel and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. You were refugees? From Sinza, yeah. It's one of Ember's lesser moons. She takes a drink. I don't remember much. I was only tiny when we came. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantanyan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it. Hence, the Overlook. In these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantanyan. What do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so maybe something like that. Watchtower? Maybe lookout? Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantanyan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, Sleeper! I totally forgot! She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the gruel. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook. I mean, the Bantanyan. She laughs. Do you like it? Thank you. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. She grins. Me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back to the bar, and you share a glass of the good gruel, the one she didn't distill. And this time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. We did it, you guys! Alright, Obsessive Haggler, let's go. Now I can spend less cryo for shit. Alright, what does this actually entail? So, we can still do bar shifts for cash. We can cook matsutake or grill. I've got 7 of these things, which is awesome. I don't need it today, obviously, but we can cook our own food, which was going to be way less expensive than anywhere else. Yay. You're useless to me. You're full up. Okay. I got all these lovely, lovely dice. We're still waiting on you. I believe that I am also waiting on things to grow. So we'll see where we're at there. Okay, 3 more. Okay. So, I've got all these lovely, lovely dice, and we will go uppies. Uppies, please. I would like to get my Weightless Wanderer stuff up. I have a 5. That becomes a 6. And then I have a 4 that becomes a 5. Let's go. So now I have the lounge and bliss. And a capsules. Oh. Space or sleeping berths. The lounge just has money, but now it's way less expensive. That's nice. Rent a capsule, the only place to sleep on the hub, hacked off a colony ship and welded to the ring. They are surprisingly expensive to rent, but I have a discount. I don't want to rent it, but I can. And then bliss. No way, Mortiz. You take those substandard filters back to the shit heels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later, someone who you assume is Moriz. Moritz. Drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. This is Bliss, ship mechanic. Hey, you out there. The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yes? I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay besides a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Sure. I know engineering. All right, then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you besides the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up. Then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. Hydrate? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will. Water. If I'm hydrating, everyone else should. Drink H2 on solidarity. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering a little in the way of an explanation. Is this your bay? It is for now, yeah, whether I like it or not. She looks at you like that should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. She starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. To be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips ready to take this place over. She looks at you. I'm almost out of luck. I'll offer to help. As well as a fuck ton of heart tests being done within the next 7 weeks. And ads. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are! Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out of the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? I'm an engineer. I can figure it out. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sit secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. Okay. replacement converter. Not a PC transformer. This is an M2 unit, so we need an M2 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect. You passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'll consider it. Wait. She frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. An investment? Exactly. Partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages a smile. I get it. Thanks. She meets your eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now. But if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean. You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. Oh, hell yeah. I like Bliss. I like Bliss. Bliss is awesome. So what do we got here? Seed money. It, I think, was 100. She needs 80. Let's go. Hell yeah. So, Bliss's Bay she just needs cash. We get a 50-50 split from it. That's a pretty good deal. I just have to come back in a little while. Awesome sauce. Well worth it. Alright. What do I want to spend my dice on? That is the question. If I had an engineering thing. But I do not. This is interface stuff. I could get random items from stealing it. Eh. This is just money, but I would rather do this, I think. Cool, cool, cool. And then this also becomes a 3. Awesome. So I just have one more on this one before this is done. Okay. Cool. Suppose we sleep for the night, because that is all I can do. And feeding the cat has even become cheaper as well. I love that for us, actually. Ooh, I can use the kitchen tomorrow. Yeah, that's gonna be great. All right, we feed the cat. We fix ourselves, because we can. We skedaddle. We go all the way over here, the Battanian, and we cook. We cook, we cook, we cook this. Hell yes, that fills us up. Let's go. You're cheaper now. Okay. How much cheaper did you get? You're 12 now? That's awesome. You're still working. What about the import-export? Let's see here. 240 for ship mine core? Not worth buying and reselling. And I can sell these for some monies. Nice. Don't know what to do with the club heads. Alright, let's go to the Greenway and check things out. 2 more rounds there. I've got spores to reset it. Do I care about the commune that much? Not really. And I can do nothing with this, so... I can start this if I want to, but let's... go uppies. This is 14 now. Okay. This is... I have no idea how much it was before. And then this is still working. And this is done. So... nothing really to do up here anymore. One more turn there. Caster's table is out. The best place to make money is actually here. Made a lot of money. I guess we'll finish this off. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Haven Age just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you feel the Sidriel out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it is ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now. Then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. Of course, Winter Fairy, anytime. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. Where's Mina? You two are fast friends, huh? She's being watched at home. Now I'm on a work team. I can afford a bit more help. He corrects himself. Was on the work team. I mean, we are all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem comes to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you, Mina, and me out of here. So confident? Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? Figure I'm due a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if until the draw anyway. But there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Celius Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the Sidriel in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. I need to get you two together again soon, especially now I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down. The whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke? A dry old rock in a Conway system. Had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone. Dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. I'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking. Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon. Always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Course. Almost there. Lem stands stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. With the shift done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? Good luck. Don't need it. He grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the Sidriel really take you to a planet, a place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly, before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. Alright, so we do have this to wait on. And that's the draw, which happens before this leaves. We could do some bar shifts. This happens, like, next turn, basically. This has a couple of turns. I want to finish Yannick before we do anything else, so I guess there's just gonna be a lot of me, like, making money, essentially. And I think I have a couple more turns before this does anything, too, so... Okay, cool. I can... I've got spores for another round, so maybe we'll just look for mushrooms. That wasn't what I was hoping for, but we ate well, I guess. Not gonna give me any more? Fine. Fine. Feed cat. Alright, time to hack that RNG so you can make sure you have lots of tickets. I probably could, but it's fine. I don't have any scrap for tomorrow, which is sad, but here we go. Here you go, kitty. Let's find out what happened. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She is hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They are sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through Ensign ARP data you pulled all those cycles ago. Is she okay? Just angry. We all are. But you have to remember, she knew Yannick for a long time. Sabine glances nervously at Rabia. What Ensign ARP did... Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in the same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches. But it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yadigan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again, she spits. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we won't come back from this, that Yadigan can hold on. But there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yadigan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think, with time, I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yadigan collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly, this is a well-worn argument in this unit. What now for you? Sabine looks at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yadigan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from Ensign ARP, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with Ensign ARP, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. I hope you are right. Me too, they smile. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the sleeper program, it was to try to help people. Like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh. It shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the Ensign ARP connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you. For everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But Ensign Arp doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in. Living. Well, I don't have that anymore. That is done. Yo. Time to get something to eat. Nom nom nom. Waiting on that. Waiting on this. There are agents that I could do stuff with, but I don't care that much, honestly. But I do have some stabilizer for a little while. Anything new popped up over here? Probably not. So I think it's time to start this one. Here we go. Episode Flux. You came. Peak smiles at you as you walk into the climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Eshi. They brought mushrooms, as she tosses the mushroom caps into a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sniff at it. Are these edible? Yes. Peak turns the cap over in their fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh produce, as she is securing crates as she speaks, and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. They are an acquired taste. I'm sure the refugees will acquire it, as she wipes her hands off on a rag. Most of them are from Ember's moon, so they are used to eating greens and growing things. Not like us XPR roughnecks. XPR? This an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we're done with that place, which is all you need to know. As she leans back against the crate she was securing. We're going to need more than those few mushrooms if you want to help those refugees, though. What do they need? Hey, Mr. Scrake, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, the DLC stuff? Make sure that you only focus on these until they're done. They may be tight time limits involved. Don't worry, there's a data trader you can hook me up, and even then I haven't needed these for a while. I can just fix myself. Yeah. I wanted to clear up the Yadigan quests before I started them. But we will focus on these from here on out. Food, water, components, a whole lot of things, as she stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through to the ships. Can't you speak to Havenage? We aren't exactly welcome guests, Peak explains. If anyone figures out that we came in with the refugee ships, we'll be quarantined as well. Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in. The Eye has a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse to its systems. As she scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. We are being realistic, Eshi. But these people aren't an increased strain. They are living people. As she stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. As she slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold's racks. Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hold. So if you're going to help... I think Eshi is trying to say we need your help and quickly. Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or... As she steps forward. Or Haven Age will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? There's 3 things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. As she gestures to the storage containers around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or, my preference, just siphon off from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. Peak raises their eyebrows. She ignores them. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over, if we can get access. Not more stealing, Eshi, Peak sighs. I didn't say steal. I didn't say steal. She stares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short time scales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. As she smiles. Just a look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. And I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. We get everything before time runs out. Perfect. We get most of it. Also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. But how will you get through? As she shoulders the container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. They flinch. Are you serious, Eshi? I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point... They stop and take a breath. Take this seriously, Eshi. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not, Eshi looks at you. But they might. They slipped out of an Ensign ARP facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You were always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures to you. Help. Living people who may be carrying some nasty diseases. I'm in favor of quarantines. If something bad gets in, it'll never be stopped. When did Eshi leave Palia? That's a good question. Different Eshi, though. Yeah, but even in a quarantine, people still need to eat. People still need supplies. Like... I don't know. Should be... For a temporary amount of time, bringing things in one way should still be a thing, you know? Peak glances between the two of you. I swear to... They sigh. I need to think this one through. Maybe at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, as she meets your eye, you can help me acquire the supplies. Discreetly, she smiles. We have to keep this quiet. Keep Haven Age out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is all over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. As she goes back to the hold to start packing another container. Peak, come help me. Peak glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this? We've set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You're welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We are in this together. Peak! As she shouts, and they walk back into the hold with their container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the eye's ring, where Haven Age's cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? Alright, so. They need scrap. Okay. And we have a place to sleep on this side of the gap. We have no way of getting this because we don't have enough endure. Does it let me do stuff now? No. I need the +1. Rude. Rude. Ah, but we have some stuff that we can do over here. Okay. Negotiate access. We can do this. This is now a 5. This is now a 5. These are now 6s. So, we need the algae growth to happen. But we have it up and running. Let's see. Hack the sensors or siphon water. A reservoir is monitored by a web of sensors. Hacking them will reduce the alert level of the system and keep you from getting locked out. This becomes a 4. Fuck you, you know nothing. Okay. Let me check all the other things that I'm waiting on. Okay, this is still doing stuff. Look at how cool it looks now. Uppies, please. And this has another turn. Okay. We will sleep with our cat. I have stabilizer, so I'm not going to worry about the dice quite yet. Oh yes, of course. They need those things, but as she doesn't think there should be a quarantine in the first place. Yeah, she's a little silly. Cat. Moritz. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz? He pauses. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You are not an easy person to find. I move around. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment. It's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. What's up? Oh, yeah. Well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in. A real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. Okay. Soon. Soon. He repeats it back to himself. Look, Bliss said I've got to get you right now, so, you know. He shrugs. Now is better than soon. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it. Cool, cool, cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He runs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Bliss can wait for me to eat a meal, because Bliss just can wait. See this? I'm hungry. Watch this. I am no longer hungry. Let's go. Alright. So Bliss needs my attention. That's fine. I can deal with Bliss. Howsoever, we're going to take a very short break. I will be right back, you guys. One moment. And I'm back. And I will rejoice, Mr. Scrake. Thank you for working on Poet. You know how much I love Poet. Let's get back to the game, shall we? Alright, Bliss, what you need? Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. So this gives the best ceiling leaks. We have many of them. We have engineer maxed out, and this will probably give us scrap, so let's get on it. Let's go. And I will do... Oop. I can't do it twice? What? But... Oh, it's not repeatable. That's why. Well, son of a bitch. Hate this. No, reroll. Yes, this is what I want. Let's go. Leaks are sealed. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract no problem. She stretches. Once we are back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay where Mortis is in the racks trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Moritz looks over his shoulder. Sleeper? He spins a wrench in his hand. Looked like clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. She probably was, actually. Shit. Bliss slams a fist into the console. Shit, shit, shit. What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eyes. Come here. Bliss calls you over. Look at this. Just look. She spins the terminal screen, and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back into an unknown account. How can this happen? I can tell you how. My ex is a sneaky little conniving shit. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses, thinking, Moritz, throw me that wrench. You going to fix it? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. Something like that. Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, when Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit. Moritz drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively, you want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal. Cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the Ord Exchange if you have to. Can I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry. One of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out of this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfolds from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. You okay? Not really. She stares at the sweep panel. Just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. I'm in. You better be, Bliss laughs, because there's no way you're getting your investment back unless you are. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. Okay. So now we just gotta wait. That's fine. This is safe. And we do need the mushrooms. So, she vaporized all the debris, which means that the air is filled with plastic and metal vapor and a space station, and they breathe that in? That's insanely stupid. Two dumb things in quick succession. I don't know what to tell you, Trav. I'm not exactly human, so I don't care, necessarily. I don't actually need to breathe outside of the fact that my imprint of a brain would freak out, so maybe the air scrubbers take care of it. Oops, not what I wanted. All right. I have more caps. Good, good, good. These things I will have to come back for. They need scrap. Ah. And this is gonna be in another day. Okay. Okay, nothing new here. I'm gonna head back. And feed my cat. Air scrubbers? Do you think they work that well in this place? Ha! You're probably not wrong. As you leave, you find a note pinned to the outside of the door. It reads, Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peek. You pocket the note and glance around the corridor. Looks like you're doing this. Time to make a plan. Alright. Let's, get our food on. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you've worked alongside on the Sidriel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement into anxiety, and a few of them smile at you. Instead, The nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious. But Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot!" she shouts, reaching out to you. I'm just gonna hug her. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite the turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look in his eyes suggests that he agrees. This is Aster Enghart of the Sealess Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet!" rapidly follow. I'm sorry, I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sendri Celis for the work you have done on the Sidereal Horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Sendra wanted me to pass on her personal thanks to your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Haven Age Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Thelis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out amongst the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative, bottom-up economic order aligned with the principles set down by Sendra Celis herself. Freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Haven Age Guards. As a reward for these efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You have never even heard the term mentioned before. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shouts start. Daddy? Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see for the first time. Haven Age security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly and they turn to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Aster reading off the ciphers, echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you, too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead at the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. So we failed that drive. And I don't know what we could have done better, honestly. I really don't. I don't know. There's a note on the front of the unit. Sleeper, gone to find work, Lem. Lem, I could get you work. I have a billion places I could get you work. Hell, I know of a commune that would take you in. Please, Lem. Ugh. Alright, let's get people some food. It's not fucking enough, but here we are. Dang it. I have nothing but problems here. Okay. And then I can reset my mushrooms, which will help me, if nothing else. Sleeper. Pete catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning against. Any troubles getting up here? None. Good to hear. Come take a look at this. They beckon you over to a nearby window which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Haven Age cordon. The cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black, and all around the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's impressive. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? Peek interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? Use one of the tugs. As an escort, you mean? I doubt we could fit all the supplies on one of those tugs, but if it seemed like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon... Peek squints at the red lights. But then we'd be stuck inside. Peek turns away from the window and rubs their forehead. As she has really wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? The question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Are there other options? You've got them. I'm happy to hear them. If you've got them, I'm happy to hear them. Peek smiles. The way I see it, there are 3 parts to making it through that cordon. They gesture out the window at the strange structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we are meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar is doing. If we can create a gap in the cordon's scanning and deterrent systems, that should keep them busy. Finally, Speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready, as she wouldn't mind. If you understand this achievement right, I needed a pass from Castor, have stolen Celis data, and acquire ID cards. I didn't have any options to do either of those things. It seems there are 3 ending paths: the Sidriel, something to do with Bliss, and something to do with Gardener. If you fail one, well, you can try for another, but yes, you can fail them all. Woo. Well, I have the seed from the Gardener, but I don't know where to put it. And I am still working through Bliss, so apparently I still have 2 chances to help Lem and Mina. We'll see. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps, yeah. They lean back from the window. How does that sound? Risky. Well, they smile. Yes, there's always going to be risk, but that's how this works. You've got to be on board with that. Peek looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out of the window of the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and prep this plan. It's tight. Very tight. Peek looks at you. This goes wrong. Peek sighs. Just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Eshi anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. It won't come to that. Peek brightens up a little. Of course, but just keep it in mind. Let's get to it. Peek stretches. I'll tell Eshi about the improvements to the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon best we can and look for openings. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper. Peek smiles. But I'm very glad they did. Okay. So. Intercept comms is going to be the thing that will get us through the intel the fastest. Got it. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, you're still out. And you are useless, so here we are. Cat. I want to keep all my dice. So here we go. Oof, there's an achievement for stealing 3 times from the Maglev. It notes that doing so bans you from working there again. Presumably they noticed. Yeah, no kidding. Let's get some food. Still got a couple of turns for you. Okay. And you're leaving, so... Both of you are useless. I got it. Yes. Okay, I have the intel. So, administration. I can create a blind spot. The hangar. Kind of thrusters the tugs use will give the Briar improved maneuvering used in the cramped quarters of the flotilla. Okay. And the canteen. Tug escort. Okay. Got a lot of shit going on. I need to do this stuff, I think. How are we on water? Definitely need more water. And no scrap. Son of a bitch. Okay. Is there anything here? No. That's annoying. Kind of wish there was more to that. Assholes. All right. Feed the cat. Okay. One more turn. One more turn. Don't have any endurer, so we'll spend good dice here. We have engineering here, so we don't have to spend as good a dice here. That is coming along. I'm gonna go to ops first. Well, hold on. That's engineer. This, on the other hand, is intuit, which is only at a +1, so now this is good. That keeps the suspicion away and gets this going. That was a pretty good use of dice, not gonna lie. I don't have the scrap for them, but we are getting there. Might be able to buy some scrap from you guys. Unfortunately, the engineering hasn't just given me scrap yet. That's what I keep hoping for. Okay. Time for sleep. Kitty. Sleeper, Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How you been? Busy. I see, he nods. Well, I'll get right to it then. Bliss sent me down. We scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. It's no problem. Okay then. He pauses again. She's doing your best. You know? I know. He nods. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss. And maybe this time, you think to yourself, it'll work out. Alright. I need food. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina, sitting in the middle of the floor playing with Bun Bun. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot. And says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. Where's Daddy? Mina doesn't respond. She walks Bun Bun across the floor, narrating quietly to herself. You look around the unit. It's a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side. Some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor. Her drawing slate cracked and dark. I'm just gonna tidy up a bit. You start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes on the auto wash and wiping them down. You pile the clothes up next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You've just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper! What are you... He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now, too? Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help? Unless you have a Sidril ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few of the crews. Turns out only long-term time Haven Age members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Haven Age say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. You are giving up? Lem opens his mouth to respond, but stops himself. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the Sidril up the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. We could sneak aboard. You think they are just going to let people on board? Security they'll have has to be impossible. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time, he says. We had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the Sidril will bring in a crowd. But be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there? Ask me. But for now, me and Meanie are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way for us all. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand and leave, and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you're out, back in the walkways of Low End, already thinking of plans to make this right. Damn it, Lem. Don't give up. I got you. It's not like he can afford childcare anymore. No, that's why I cleaned up a little. What's this? The sycamore seed needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crop will be lost. The sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. This is safe. This is dangerous. Let's just fix it. Thank you very much. Yep. Fixed. Easy street. Okay, we still got time on that one. And I can finish that off tomorrow. All right. Down we go. And we feed the cat. And we take some stabilizer. So we keep all our dice. I don't have enough mushrooms, so I will have to spend money. But I am good. Give me scrap. Done. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has cleanly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face, adds, They were very thankful. I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catch on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Don't. She gives you a hard look. It isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free, and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom! They paid us in mushrooms. Not just mushrooms. He pulls out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Hytha commune should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss! Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? Are we running grocers now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What? 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself. Or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong, then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patched-together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You better be on your way, too. Okay, so that's her. Okay, the 5 I can actually deal with. Castor! Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandra Celis must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately and turn to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor? I see you remember our game. Good. He looks around, but the platform is clear. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Tavla a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Castor walks out beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Haven Age shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. They screwed us. I know. He sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Celis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures at the Sidriel. You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye? Control. Certainly. There is no corporate oversight out here. But that's not all. He stares at the pristine yellow hole. Celis built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead. And secrecy is something they cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep, like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need, whenever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the Sidriel, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me. Who are you? I am a concerned party, someone who likes to know what is happening when it is happening, not afterwards. It's not just me. Yes, your friend Lem. That can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the Sidriel. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance, as I said. There is a Sealess Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Sealess aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want access to their air-walled servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I noticed his importance to you. And the little one. So cute. You don't extract the data before the Sidereal Horizon leaves the hub, and then we get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But be sure, when you act, Sleeper, once you take the data from Sealess, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You're bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Castor glances around as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches back off the platform, and the sound of his mag boots fading away leave you to contemplate the Sidereal Horizon and the part it may play in your future. Bliss is really, really bad at this, isn't she? Sell them. Eat them. Yeah. I should not have set that off. Dang. I could have waited on that one. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. This way. This one is almost done. This one needs a bit more help. Okay, that one's almost done as well. That's 2 out of the 3 things I need to get done for this. Yeah, there's nothing new here. Okay. You are a ship mind fragment that I do not need. I could sell it for cash. Oh, I have some scrap. Okay. Not nearly enough, but some. Okay. If I manage my dice right, I can do that. Okay. Oh, I have to do all 8 at once. Rude. Okay. Feed the stray. Sleep. Okay. Feed the stray. Eat. Let's get this shit done. Oh, I can only do it once. That's fine. Done. Got money, got data. And that is done. When you arrive at Lem and Mina's unit, Castor's already waiting outside, leaning beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing with the news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry. The breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I am about to create. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand turtle. The data, please. You hand over a drive with the data, and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal, and after some whirring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future, Castor smiles to himself. The child would go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours. But first, he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you a square and you rest it in your palm, a small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Castor puts the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you and the sidereal horizon. Whatever you need to do. Excellent. Castor hands you the transparent films, and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give them the good news. And he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides open the door, half-dressed in his gear. Sleeper, what brings you up here? Come in. He beckons you inside. You look at the side, expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has to start doing lessons down the way. Has started doing lessons down the way. She seems to like it. You sit at the bar. What's up, Sleeper? I have some news. Out with it then, Lem laughs. I have Celis IDs for us. You have... Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly, as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean we are leaving? Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have to pack. He starts laughing. Holy shit, we have to pack! He turns back to you, smiling. How the hell did you swing this, Sleeper? A friend helped. Well, thank you, friend. You show him the ID films, and he whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. Sure. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. Robot! She shouts. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes, and she looks confused. We are going away after all, Meanie. He lifts her up above her head, on that big, beautiful ship. Mina screams, and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down, and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, robot, she says quietly, so only you can hear. I love you too. And a while later, when you leave, you don't even think to check for Castor by the door until it's too late. You stop and turn, halfway down the walkway, but there's nothing there. Even that little white cube is gone. So you keep walking, Back through the low end, deep in thought, excited and scared all at once. All right. I believe that this is the canon way out. All right, down we go. Let's get back over here. See what we can get done. We got a 4. This. Really? That should have finished it off. Bullshit. Well, whatever. We got that far. I should have waited on the Lemon Mina till this was done, but that is my own damn fault. Will I have enough cycles to complete it? Probably not. I did bliss stuff instead. And it's my own damn fault. So, I will feed the cat. And end the cycle. Not bad. Feed the cat. Get our food on. You. We can buy scrap. Won't be enough for the all 8, but we are further along. Okay. We only need 3 more. Just checking. Okay. This should finish this off. Done. You are leaning against the metal crates you just loaded with algae, packed and dried into bright green pucks. Eshi hops onto one beside you, flexing her aching back. I sure hope the refugees like algae. Eshi squints at you as if you've just interrupted her train of thought. It's a look you've become familiar with. Doesn't matter either way. This is what we got. She sighs, rubbing the back of her neck. In these past cycles, working the algae stack with Eshi, you've had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you. Something like silent trust, the kind that tends to seed itself back into the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. There's something I've been meaning to ask. As she raises her head cautiously. Go on. Why help the flotilla? As she pauses, her protective instinct fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off. Then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erlin's Eye wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where we grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim was the only reason XPR were over there. We're ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get into the whole story, but wanting to offer something. We... She flinches, correcting herself. They are a service corp, you understand? They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye around her, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client, and Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost tasked with just holding on. Keep the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs at her head, as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. Do you know what it is like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that exists only to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory to shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations? It's like living in a... She searches for a word, her eyes jumping back and forth. In a grave. She clenches her hands. So if you're looking for the answer to why questions, that's your answer. We, Peak and I, know what it's like to be forgotten, to be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns, and she doesn't look away. The silence extends, and you realize the conversation is over. Eshe seems angry, not at you, but with herself, for even voicing such ideas. After a while, you stand and start to load the crates into the powdered cargo trolley that Eshe will run back to the Briar. As you do, you try to catch her eye, but she avoids it, soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. Girl, I feel ya. Alright. We will get this done. Tucked into a service corridor deep below the reservoir, as she is double-checking the seals on the water tanks loaded onto the motorized trolley. Though you are far enough away from any thoroughfares not to worry about being overheard, you both still speak in hushed tones. All good? Eshe nods silently and hits the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up the wide service corridor with its flickering lights and Solheim Detris. You doubt it gets used by Haven Age, at least that's the hope. You glance across at Eshe, her face a mask of determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make this journey go a little easier. What comes next? Eshe pauses a little, surprised by your question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in this deserted passage, she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. Keep going, she answers quickly, and turns back to the trolley, but she can tell you are expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but trying instead to get an answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, is not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they are trapped in the same decaying installation as everyone else. Welcome in, Cam. It's lovely to see you. I hope you brought your own snackies today. I have nothing to offer, but it is lovely to see you. Oh no, you're in the ads. I'm sorry. Peak, she pauses. Peak found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Eshe's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley make you take you along the corridor. I promised Peak I would get them out, no matter what. So when the opportunity arose, she grimaces, we got out. We got as far away from that place as we could, and we were glad of it. So after this, we keep going, until we are so far from Hawthorne we can't even remember the way back. As she stops talking, but she has a dark look in her eye, her mind thinking of the difficulties that the future might bring. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway and have to stop to shimmy the trolley over the edge. When you are done, Eshe turns to you. It's good from here. Head back. I'm good from here. Head back. And with that, she is gone, moving off into the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go, then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. As you walk, you try to piece together Eshe's past, but all you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Welcome out of the ads, Cam. Welcome in as well. I hope you are well and that you have snackies for yourself. One for Red Bull, the other from the Danish road ministry about no texting and driving. Well, at the very least, they're trying to get the safety out there. All right, I've done this stuff. So what I have left is the scrap and helping peek out. All right. Let's see where we can use this 5. We can use it here. We have a 4 and a 2. Okay. We'll use the 4 here. And then I have a 2 that's going to be gross. That causes suspicion. This also causes suspicion, but might get me more scrap. Gross. Hate that. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more turns before this becomes bad. And I can buy no more scrap from you. And you don't leave for 4 more turns. That's a problem. Thought there was somewhere. Is it this? No. No. Okay. Wait. This would give me random items. I may have to use this to get the rest of the scrap. Okay. Feed the cat. Take the last of the stabilizer so I have all my dice. Get some sleep. Yeah, I got a cinnamon roll and a French waffle from work. Nice. Yeah, we just started making French waffles at work. They are old school cake, but very popular since not a lot of bakeries make them. They sound amazing, Cam. Feed the cat. We always feed the cat. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone, its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer and a voice gurgles out of its speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Who is this? The drone clicks and whirs, and the recording starts playing again. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. You move closer, and the drone bobs away to a safe distance. But as it does, you see the HA of Haven Age and blaze it on its side. Could this be Fang's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon, then. Oh, great. Is Fang gonna help us? Because if he's gonna help us, that will solve a lot of problems. Just gonna go check on something. Still got time here. I only have these that I cannot do anything with, so I guess I'm paying for food today, which is fine. Nom nom nom. Here we go. Oh wait, I was going to... Uno momento. I was gonna do some stealing. Because I desperately need scrap. Only these were 4s. Three scrap, please. I need 1 more scrap. Give scrap. Did not give me scrap. I literally need 1 more scrap. Gave me mushrooms, not scrap. One more freaking scrap, please. And it gave me shit I don't need. Motherfuckers. You assholes. Take your fucking data. I have a 6 I can use. Not there. Not there. Here. Good. As you enter the passage that leads to the cordon, a flash of movement catches your eye. The drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it, and then flits into a side passage leading into a set of narrow stairs. You climb up through the dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out onto the observation platform. The cordon and the vast ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. The scale seems impossible, and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect this situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again? Helene. A woman is standing at the window at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She too seems impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder as she turns. Sleeper. Sorry for all of the cloak and dagger nonsense, she nods at the drone, but I have never regretted being cautious. She smiles, a tight smile, and holds out a hand. I'm Helene. Two sweet airy pastry pieces with raspberry marmalade in the middle and cream cheese frosting and dipped in chocolate. I want one now, Cam. Gimme. Gimme. Yeah, I can see those being popular. Only a very limited amount of places make them, and that's mainly a few coffee shops in the big cities. Oh my gosh, Cam, that must be so good. I don't do jealousy, but if I did, I would be jelly right now. I'll shake her hand. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look, she glances around the empty observation deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans, and... She cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls. The yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Haven Age member when you see them. You are Haven Age. Yes, I mean, I expect that is obvious. The tight smile again. I hope you won't hold that against me. She glances around nervously again and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I am not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. Nobody is happy about this. Especially not the refugees. She sighs. I am not your enemy here, no matter what you think. She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Haven Age mean to you? A work in progress. She smiles. Fair, I think. Haven Age is used to being criticized. In some ways, we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting, to propose new structures and approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it is my duty to listen to them. That is why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. She looks down. But we keep this place running. That is what we do. And the non-members? There are paths to membership, and we cannot force anyone on the station to join us. What do you expect? We are an association of individuals. We cannot always account for the needs of those outside that structure. She turns and looks out at the flotilla. No matter how much we wish to. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think the council discusses? The price of Griol. We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Helene's slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, and the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Haven Age works. I came to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. I am going to stay silent. I know you think you are helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Erlin walks to the window. Too many in the Haven Age Council thinks of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish. They seek only to benefit the members. In their mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you are caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline counselor's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR undermining the security of the station? She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. The refugees need supplies. They do. And that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs, deeply. And those ex-XPR spacers you are running with? Sleeper, do you know anything about them? More than I know about you. She looks at you pleadingly. Let's change that, Sleeper. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapse. Since the Solheim collapse. We need to be ready for whatever is coming. Ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you are still here. Help me protect it. Helene fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move, that they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down, that Haven Age will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget this suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Why don't you stop them? If I expose the plan, it's the same as if it goes ahead and they are caught. Every way I look at it, the Eye looks compromised, the quarantine justified, the hardliners get their scapegoat. Don't offer up the excuse the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether, to persuade the members that they are the safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. You look back at her and the flotilla behind and sense a desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. Shit. She rapidly scrolls through the pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers. Help them see reason. And she quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs and the flotilla, and wonder what it feels like to be on one of those ships. So close to your destination and yet so far from it. And then you think of the Haven Age Council chamber across the Eye, where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you too are gone, back into the stairwell and the cold dark below. Well... Is this the engineer? Oh, this is interface. I need the engineering one. Because this becomes a 3, which is not great, but it's the best, and hopefully it will get me that one last scrap. Please let me have the scrap. No. But it does help, I guess. It's a decent cake, but it becomes a bit much after 1. I can imagine. Which plans? We don't have so many. I doubt you know all of them. We don't know all of them ourselves. Yeah. They want me to talk to these guys. I have 7 out of 8. That's annoying. Well, I have tomorrow's lunch handled. And I am literally missing 1 piece of scrap. I cannot buy it from you because you're a piece of shit. Okay. Well, here we are. We feed the cat. And we end the cycle. We feed the cat again, because it's morning. Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then, we are in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. He looks down. And if it doesn't... Bliss okay? He frowns. I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. Shakes his head. And I would hate not to pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Sleeper. Peak is waiting for you when you leave, but they look different. pale, drawn out. You need to come up to the Briar now. They don't meet your eye. What's happened? Not here, Peak hisses. Come up to the ship. We'll be waiting. Peak walks away. Don't take long. And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. Yep. I'm gonna go get food. Hi, I'm just gonna cook these up and start my day. Alright. I want to see what Bliss's thing is gonna do. This has time on it. Repeatable and repeatable. One is interface, one is engineering. Give me fucking scrap. Yes, I have the 8 scrap I need now. Okay. We're working on that. We're gonna do other things though. Hold your butts. I got the scrap. You look over the pile of scrap components lying in the Briar. You look around. The bay is empty. Esh and Peak, either elsewhere on the station or on the bridge a couple of levels up. You begin sorting through the pile, separating out useful components and boxing them by use. You don't recognize everything you find, but before long you get into the rhythm of sorting. As you do, your mind starts to drift, your attention being drawn into the dark corners of the bay. The Briar is in surprisingly good condition, considering that Hawthorne and XPR must have been operating it for decades by now. The marks of care are everywhere, from the delicate patch jobs polished to meld into the original finish, or the carefully bound wiring running through the custom trunking. Eshe loves this ship, that much is clear. Something catches your eye in one of the dark corners, a matte black stack of crates you hadn't spotted before. They are sleek and compact, tucked away behind some of the bigger, more worn containers. You put the components away and go over to the sleek crates. You run your hands across their textured surface, but there is little hint of what lies inside its opaque metallic casing. Then you see it. A yellow symbol embossed into the far side of the crate, a universal sigil used by spacers, corporations, and manufacturers alike. It's one you have seen throughout your time as a sleeper. Its meaning is all too familiar. Explosive contents. You hear a hiss and Eshe comes through the bay's lock. She's barely registers your presence, nodding at you as she passes. Sleeper? She busies herself with some task at the back of the bay. As she doesn't turn around from whatever she is busy with. Just more supplies, Sleeper, like everything else here. You can't think of anything else to ask, but sense that the atmosphere has somehow shifted. You quickly finish up sorting and slip out, waving goodbye to her back as you do. Okay, so her hold is done. I have done all of her shit. They can get supplies in, they may not be able to get back out. As you walk into the climbing Briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Eshe is waiting for you. In front of her, sliced open with its inside scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize. Helene's drone. You freeze. Come in quick. Peak nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces, some parts of it hooked up to a slate that Peak picks up and begins tapping away at, as she looks up from the dissection. We caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's a Haven Age spy. We think we got it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Peak looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up to the Briar? I've seen this drone. As she frowns. Following you? I met its owner. As she paused for a while, Peek looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper, as she says quietly. I'm not gonna lie. There's no reason to lie. That just breeds more bullshit. You explain that you met with Helene at the cordon, and you tell Eshy and Peek about what she told you. That the Haven Age Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Eshy walks away in anger, and then comes back again, her eyes burning. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you. Haven Age are not your friends. They are administrators, which mean they are interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide. As she speaks, her anger barely contained. She wants to help. As she laughs. Help what, Sleeper? Undo the mess of her own creation? She only wishes to placate you so you'll compromise. So you'll do what is acceptable, not what is right. She is trying. Let me tell you something, Sleeper. As she says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human, being an equal among others, goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied or processes compromised. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne, and I have seen what it did to her. That noble higher calling. It is toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at the cost of their humanity. Peek tries to cut in, but Eshy holds up a hand. Don't start, Peek. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. Helene can help. As she turns away, I'm done with this. You are risking this entire supply run just by being here. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. I go next cycle. We don't need you anymore. Get out. Sleeper. Peek looks torn. You have to understand, this is personal for Eshy. Helene warned me. Peek tenses. Warned you what, Sleeper? Getting caught will be bad. You don't think we know that? Peek looks tired. You glance around the bay of the Briar, the walls seeming closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it all collapses? You look at Peek. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peek rubs their forehead. Should we do this thing or not? Yes, no, or I don't know, guys. What do we think? I have not done nearly enough to make this work out. It's gonna be wild. So, do we think they should go on the run? That they should not go on the run? Or that we just don't know? We don't know who to trust. We don't know who to think. What to think. We don't know where to be. What do we think? Anyone want to weigh in at all, or is it up to me? What do we think, guys? You guys are leaving this up to me, aren't you? Oh, geez. To be honest, I don't think the supply run would do anything particularly useful in the first place. There are thousands of people out there. You've only got a small amount of stuff. Probably won't even be a meal each, and it'd likely cause riots, as it's ridiculously unlikely everyone would get enough, or even any. That is absolutely fair. You have a very good point. No. Peak grimaces. I was worried you'd say that. To be honest with you, Sleeper, I'm not sure how we got here. I mean, I know what we did, but it is like the universe shifted under us. One moment we were escaping Hawthorne, and now we are here, and I have no idea what's coming. They look at Eshi. But do you see her? They look back at you. She knows how we got here. She's driving this thing forward, and They pause. She saved my life. So if your answer is no, I'm going to need you to stand back and get out of our way, because wherever she goes, that's where I follow. Don't do this. Peak smiles weakly, their eyes glistening. You can't ask me to do that, Sleeper. You can't. Well, are we in or out? Are we helping them or not? Helene has a point too. So really, unless you manage to set up a large-scale operation, this cannot do any real good, but has immense potential for going very bad. Eshi wants to do this for herself, not for them. She thinks it's for them, but really it's her own drive. She needs to do this to feel good in herself. She won't think through the consequences. Are we in or are we out? Because we already have an out. We're already leaving for a colony. I'd stay out. I don't like dropping quests, but we do have an end game very close now. And we know since there are several end paths that it's not possible to do everything in every run, so it's up to you. That is fair. That is fair. Alright, I'm out. Peak looks down, shaking their head. You are free to go. They slip away to help Esh, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. None of this feels good, but after everything Helene told you, they cannot do this. You leave the Briar, perhaps for the final time, unsure of what comes next. And I can't do anything over here. And surprisingly, I can still access the base camp? Weird. I could gather scrap if I just upgraded this. Okay, fine. Mushrooms, mushrooms. Well, I feel bad, but there's nothing for it. We feed the cat. We fix ourselves. We gave them supplies. I'm somewhat concerned those explosives, though. I suspect that Eshi may use them to break the security. Yeah, probably. Probably. Do we sleep well tonight? No. No, we do not. But it is what it is. Cat. We have this for a really, really delicious meal. Puppies! Yay, we got scrap. Rude. Okay. Well, we'll at least get this finished pretty quickly. I don't actually know what to do with these club head caps. I don't really have anywhere to sell them. Ooh, bad rolls. You smile the moment you see the drone. Of course, Helene has more than one. But this drone is different, or at least its behavior is. It flits anxiously around you, nudging you, chirping at you. It whines and squeals and then zips off up the ring towards the flotilla, not checking if you are following or not. Something has happened at the cordon, you know it. A chill runs down your spine. Time to go. Yeah, this is gonna be bad. Did I feed the cat? I did not feed the cat. You used them at a lab. It's through someone called Rico. I have no idea. I don't have access to that. I need to feed the cat. Okay, there is this. You arrive, frantic and anxious, at the cordon. The drone is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear it, chirping and whirring through the stairway that it led you through before, the one that leads to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs two at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring in through the wide windows. Raised voices echo in your ears as you squint against the light. Peak and Helene come into the focus, arguing in front of the viewing window, the angular shapes of the flotilla framing their debate. Stop wasting my time! We need to stop her now! Helene looks harried and tired as she pleads with Peak. The moment she is caught, it is too late. The hardline counselors will get their excuse to lock the place down. Don't act concerned, Peak shouts back. I won't give her up, no matter what you say. They turn to see you standing, dazed. Sleeper! Helene turns too. Whose side are we on, guys? Through the commune? Ah, that figures. Yeah, I haven't really become a commune member. Ah, and unconnected but relevant, the commune is necessary to step in the gardener path. I see. Well, I already found my out, and considering the description of Citizen Sleeper 2, I think that the route that I have taken is the canon route. But thank you for letting me know, Trav. Also, do we side with Peak or do we side with Helene? Because remember, we cleaned up Haven Age. With Fang's help. Well, we helped Fang clean up Haven Age. I'm not saying that they're great, but we have attempted to make things better for people, not worse. Or at the very least, make things freer for people. So, Peak or Helene? Who do we side with? Helene. I do note that if she knows about Eshi's ship moving, so do a lot of other people. It's not like she's doing it stealthily. There will be consequences, yeah. She's going for it, Sleeper. The ship is gone. Helene glances at Peak nervously. And they, she points at Peak, won't tell me anything. I found them up here watching. This is bad, Sleeper. When they are caught, the hardliners will not miss the opportunity to consolidate their power. She looks at Peak. This childish crusade will only bring more harm. That is true. It is only because of your own council is a corrupt and decrepit institution. Peak brims with anger. You should deal with your own organization before casting blame on us. Helene sighs. This is what I'm trying to do. I do not have absolute power. I cannot change an entire system, but you and your friend would hand it to the worst people possible through your stubborn ignorance. Helene is right. The impact of this cannot be ignored. Otherwise, we risk pushing Haven Age towards its worst actors in order to make a single supply run. We must consider the bigger picture. You try to explain this to Peak, that it isn't about Eshi being right or wrong, it's about the bigger systems that could shift because of her actions. Peak listens, but looks exhausted. They turn to Helene. There is nothing I can do. They look defeated. Maybe you are right. I don't know anymore, and I don't care. I will never be like you. I never wish to hold power in my hand for any purpose. Perhaps that makes me a coward. But I know that already. I ran. I ran from my family and the people that needed me. I stole from them, and I would do it again. I will not look back, and I will not be made to feel guilty for my choices. They face Helene defiantly. Helene looks between the two of you. So be it. She opens her mouth to speak and then closes it again. She turns to you. Sleeper, you better hope your friends were well prepared. Then she leaves, already flicking through datasets on her slate as she does. You and Peak exchange a glance. I know you think you are being balanced, Sleeper, but I can't be like you. I follow my heart. They turn back to the window, searching the flotilla for a glimpse of the Climbing Briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. As you search, you realize it doesn't matter now whether you approve of this or not, as she is out there, risking everything she has. Peak is next to you, heart in their mouth. These are people you care about. It is too late to stop this now, but it isn't too late for your friends. There she is! Peak shouts suddenly, and you turn to the window to watch Eshi's run unfold. You spot the Climbing Briar, a glint of blue and white, tiny and alone, arcing down towards the red lights of the cordon. She's exposed, Peak says nervously. They will see her coming if they look. You watch the cordon and the buzzing tugs for any sign of movement, any response. The briar crawls silently across your view. Come on, Eshi, Peak hisses. Then you see it, a sudden flicker of yellow. Peek sees it too. Those two tugs are heading to cut her off. They grip the rail. Go, Eshi! As if responding to Peek's urging, the Briar speeds up, diving for the cordon edge now, like a hawk descending. You tense up. Peek grips the rails as the Briar races towards the edge of the cordon. That invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. Can she pass through? The response is immediate. The moment the Briar hits the net of sensors, the entire cordon reacts. Sequences of blinking lights cascade out from the ship's position. The angry red of the cordon multiplied many times over. Shit. Peek presses a hand against the window. As they do, the Briar accelerates, weaving dangerously through the flotilla. You move closer to the window without thinking, unable to take your eyes off the rapidly descending ships. Spitting between the hulls of the flotilla, a group of tugs now tracing its path in pursuit. The Briar drifts through the flotilla, but it is agonizingly slow. Come on, Eshi! Peek shouts in desperation, pressing a palm against the glass. You squint at the gathering yellow glints of the tugs. They are too fast. You both watch in dismay as the tugs swarm the Briar, their shunts locking onto the hull of the ship and holding it in place. The Briar is stuck, its drives unable to escape the tugs' grip, especially in the close quarters of the flotilla. Peek is silent, and you watch as the Briar is dragged away towards the facility at the edge of the rim, a hole opening up in the pit of your stomach. You look at Peek, but they don't respond. They don't take their eyes off the Briar. Even after it disappears, they stand there at the glass, their eyes fixed on the flotilla. She didn't even get the supplies through. Peek doesn't look at you. This was all for nothing. We can get her back. This was stupid, Sleeper. Peek looks back at you, their eyes wet. A stupid plan. We had a ship and our freedom. Now what do we have? Peek slams a hand on the glass in frustration, making you jump. I won't be trapped again, I won't! They turn and rush out of the observation deck before you can say anything, leaving you alone with the cold and the light. Well, that was failure. I hate all of those dice. I have things to do elsewhere. Let's get this shit done. It won't finish it off, but it will get us close. One more turn, and it will be done. Is there anything new anywhere? Nope. There. Definitely not anything new anywhere. Okay. Feed the cat. Fix herself. I can't see how you being in there could have helped in any way at all. Of course she's exposed. This is open space. There are cameras everywhere. Erlin, I do note that if she knows about... Yeah. So, I feel like if we'd been able to do more of the prep work for Peek's plan to get them through, she might have managed to make it anyway. The confrontation with Erlin would have happened regardless, but it is what it is. We're gonna go be a colonist with Lem and Mina. It's fine. Feed the cat. Fix herself. Get some grub. Go to work. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you in the arm. I never thought we were going to make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Mortis gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Mortis has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss, he shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Mortis, she winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you, and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the rigged-looking console that Mortis assembled. I don't want to jinx it, she smiles, but you can see she is genuinely nervous. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you were doing through the flickering cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is. Almost 1,000 cryo sat in the base transfer account. Well, Bliss calls, have we been screwed over again? It's there. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something glinting, steel catching the work, lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Mortis even managed to sell that produce. We made a tidy profit. Eventually. She laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push. But now? Now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the accounts, even Mortis is a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad. Is he? She leans in closer. You know, he came here looking to rob the place. I gave him a job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Mortis turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. You gonna be okay? Me? Always. She looks away. From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine. But there will always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it. She smiles and then, out of nowhere, quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper. Yes? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. Aw. Dang, 500. Let's go. I got nothing to spend it on. So I can do just jobs now. There's another job for her, but I will be out before this is happening. You know what? I should probably stock up on, scrap. Probably gonna need it. Didn't get me scrap. Well, I made money. Hold on. Definitely a different order I could have done things in. But that's okay. I had fun, though. Alright. Feed the stray one last time. Well, not quite one last time. Now one last time. Get us in tip-top shape. There is a crowd, and you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are waiting at the cordon, where Celis security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board has long gone. Lem! Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper! We are here! They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. Hi, Mina. Mina is vibrating with excitement. She seems strangely at home in microgravity, but then you remember that she has spent her whole life in space. Hi, robot! You hand over the Celis ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look, and the shimmering, younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean-cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green-clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we're going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange. Something that makes you flinch. The face printed on the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least, it is not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It is a picture you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the Ensign ARP employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an Ensign ARP facility, that won't wake until you are recovered and disposed of. And now you are leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper? Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourselves on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there is no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Lem and Mina are waved through, the guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you are coming. The guard beckons you closer. You shake off your doubts and hand over your ID film. The guard barely looks at it as they pass it through the scanner and wave you through. A new life built from old things. You okay? Lem asks, concerned as you catch up with them. You are so slow, robot, Mina teases, grabbing at you with small hands. Just making sure. Lem nods, and you realize how much harder it must have been for him to cross that threshold. Mina Mina struggles in his arms, trying to get to you, and Lem relents, struggling with both the bag and his daughter. Mina tumbles through the microgravity and grabs onto your clothes for purchase, pulling herself into your arms. You all proceed up the walkway, the entrance to the docking bridge yawning wide in above you. Are we family, robot? Mina asks as you move, taking you by surprise. I guess so. Mina smiles and presses her head against your chest, pleased by your answer. You keep moving, up into the docking bridge, then along the thin glass-walled connector, all the time Mina clutching onto you. The lack of gravity means you can't feel her weight, only the grip of her small hands on your clothes. You both stare wide-eyed at the vast hull of the sidereal horizon and try to think of this huge machine as home. Later, when you settle in your bunk after Mina has finished running back and forth between you and Lem with an endless and infectious excitement, you find yourself looking at your ID film once more. Somehow, since the last time you looked at it, the image seems to have changed. It is still a picture of the old you, the person that signed up to have their consciousness copied and placed into the ownership of Ensign Arp. But something else has crept into the image, an underlying sense of self-identification. This is also a picture of you. You now. The you that survived the eye, that made friends here, that found a way out, that escaped against all odds. The other you might never wake up. They might never live again. But so be it. They consigned you to a doomed life for their own gain. Their life is yours now. You will live it better than they ever could. You lie back on your bunk as the thrust of the Sidril's vast engines kick in. This feeling, this rumble, this will be your constant companion for the next decades. It will be there when you work, when you watch Mina grow, when you dream of the planet at the end of the journey. It will stay with you when your body starts to fail, despite the best attempts of Lem and Mina, as the years stack up and it exceeds its safe operating period by a decade. It will be the only thing you wake up to in those rare moments of consciousness, between which Mina will keep you in a frozen state in the hope of preserving you until your destination is reached. It will still be there when Mina wakes you, tears in her eyes to tell you of Lem's inevitable death, and it will not relent, despite your desire for a moment of silence. It will be the final thing you hear as Mina shuts down all the most vital of your functions and hopes beyond hope that you make it to your final destination, all the while doubting that you will. But for now, in this moment of departure, it is still a new sound, a new feeling, and because of this, it is filled with the promise of the future. And so you settle back on your bunk and close your eyes, and in moments, you are sleeping a perfect, dreamless sleep, the most peaceful that you can ever remember. A jump over the age game. And what a game it was. This is only one of a number of endings that you can get for this game, and we might play with the game again tomorrow just to see where we end up. It took me 3 streams to get this far, but I also know what I'm doing better, and I know that I got faster at taking my turns and figuring out what I needed to do as we moved along. So I might play this game again tomorrow. I believe this Friday I will be playing games with friends. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed this as it went. But these are all the people who worked on this game, and they did an amazing job. They really, really did. So we have found one ending out of I'm not entirely certain how many. If you would like to also play this game, you can get it on Steam where I got it. Right here at this link. They have a second one in the works, and I happen to know that you do get to continue. I don't know if you get to play this sleeper or another sleeper who has ended up at the colony somehow. It's probably this one. The commune is a pretty good route. Lots of things there. Sources for energy, stabilizer, and an end path. Pretty viable. Yeah, we might try for it. But yeah, step on board into the body of a new sleeper on the run in the Stalwart Belt as they try to build a crew, take on contracts, and find a future. So a different sleeper entirely, looks like. But they do have a second game, Citizen Sleeper 2, in the works. Or maybe out. I don't know. I haven't checked. But yes, thank you guys for joining me today with this one. We're definitely gonna see if we can't play around a little bit more with this game tomorrow. Sleeper 2 came out over a year ago. Well, I don't own it, but I definitely will be looking into it. So I'm excited. Anyway, my name is Mayrin Altheatover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time. And if that is not your time zone, feel free to follow me here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky and put on notifications either place or both so that you are reminded to come join me live. If for whatever reason you cannot join me live regularly, here's my YouTube channel. You can subscribe over there so you always have my content anytime, day or night, when you would like some company. And if you ring the bell, then you know when the next VOD goes out, because I am behind a stream every time now. So the second episode of this game will come out just after stream, and this episode will come out tomorrow, and so on and so forth. In any case, you guys, I hope that you would like to come along on the raid where we make a friend or say hi to a friend, but we support other people on Twitch. And you can copy pasta my raid message, follow along for some handy dandy channel points for whatever you would like to use them for, if at all. And let's see who I'm raiding. I am raiding Wing Benny. He is playing Slay the Spire 2, which is pretty cool. I actually did play the first one, but I haven't gotten the second one to play, so I have been enjoying checking out his playthrough for it. So I hope that you will enjoy him too. In any case, you guys, I hope you have a fantastic magical rest of your time, whatever time zone you are in, and that you take care of yourself until I see you again, be it here or over on YouTube, whichever applies. Until then, we raid in 3, 2, 1. See you next time, guys.